Thank you. All right, seeing how we are live now, welcome to the June 7th, 2021 study session. Back to the budget again, and I don't know who I'm turning it over to. Someone who's a lot better with numbers than I am, Mr. Scrigg or Ms. Pack.
I'll kick it off very briefly and quickly turn it over to Ms. Pack. But as you mentioned, we're in the throes of budget season. We have a lot of work to do. Just historically, there's a number of topics that we cover in study session. July 5th is a holiday for us, which will impact, we won't have a meeting on that date. So as we progress through this, we may need to have conversations with you about extending or starting study sessions earlier if that's a possibility. But Debbie's done this drill a number of times, and we're kind of recapping some of the things we covered in strategic planning, but starting with fund balances and kind of where we ended last year and where we find ourselves at the moment. So with that, I'll turn it over to Debbie.
Thank you. Debbie Pack, Director of Finance. One thing that has thrown a little bit of wrench in our kind of schedules this year, as you recall, there was a change to the tax lid, I'll call it, statute, which requires us to notify the county if we are going to go over a tax-neutral mill levy rate that they won't provide to us until June 15th. So we won't really know what the rate is until June 15th, and we have till July 15th to tell them whether we're going to stay under that number or not. So it does put a little bit of a crunch onto the schedule that we normally have, and it may affect our timing as far as when we actually adopt the budget. So as we go through the budget process, we'll kind of keep our eye on that and kind of know that those dates could change at any time. So as Mike said, today's study session is really a preliminary study session for the actual budget. We're going to go over some of the 2020 results as we have them as of May, target balances that we're looking forward to for 2022, an update of where we are and as of the end of April in 2021. We have provided in this one, which is a little unusual, we've provided you with the 2022 operational requests from departments so that you can kind of see where we begin. We did not include personnel because those numbers have not been calculated, but we included anything else that the departments kind of have those request controls over. And we've also included in this budget session some of the things we talked about in strategic planning about some of the initiatives that we see that we would like to move forward this year as we go through the budget study session. Where am I at, Jacob? So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to review are you doing this or am I? Okay, both of us, neither of us. We're going to review the 2020 results. We have looked at these. We probably looked at these back in February. They were very preliminary at that time. Some of the entries were not made. These numbers have been through the audit process but haven't been finalized. So these are probably closer to what we'll end up with because we have done some of the adjusting entries that we are required to do by the audit. So in looking at the general fund, if we look at the budget, the 2020 budget column, we budgeted $44,006,000 in revenue. We came in at $43 million, roughly $500,000, which was about $500,000 under what we originally budgeted. And on the expenditure side, we budgeted about $43.9 million, and we came in at about $37.8 million, which was under budget a little over $6 million. That enabled us to recognize a net income of $5.7 million. And as we know, in COVID, we didn't know what was going to happen, so we were very conservative in how we were not only looking at what we expected revenues to do, but also how we were reacting on the expense side. So as you recall, we did work share, we did reductions in capital, we did part-time cuts, we did a lot of things that enabled us to get to this point. And so I don't want people to just think that, oh, they made all kinds of money. No, there was a lot of work that went into that process, and you guys made a lot of decisions that enabled us to be at that point, because at that point in April of last year, we really didn't know what was going on. So that did, with that $5.7 million net income, it did leave our fund balance at the end of 2020 in the general fund of about $12.7 million. Then as we go through, I'm not going to go through this detail on all of the funds, but as we go through the target fund balances. I did provide that information as far as where the actual fund ended up at the end of 2020, also updated through most of the audit. So as we looked at fund balances, currently our fund balance target for the general fund is $8.5 million. We sat at $12.7 million at the end of 2020. That number comes from a accounting policy that states that we should have more than 15 and not more than 20% of our anticipated current revenues in our fund balance. And that lines up pretty well with what GFOA recommends, which is Government Finance Officers Association. When we talk to the Moody's and people like that, they'd like to see that number higher, obviously, but this is really a good recommended policy. In the bond and interest fund, our current balance, target balance is $800,000. That comes from a policy that says that we should have 10 to 15% of our expenditures of that year in there. That number's maybe a little bit high, but it's okay. It's conservative. It's not very far off. And as you can see, at the end of 2020, we had a balance of $1.6 million in that fund. Arts and Humanities, we're not changing at $100,000. We had a little over, with a transfer that we had to do into that fund in 2020, we brought that fund balance up to a little over $100,000. We anticipate with the River Festival going on this year and some of the other activities that they have, that number hopefully will gain some momentum and get back into that positive $100,000 range. Sales tax capital, this was another fund that we conservatively projected revenues and cut a lot of expenses in 2020, which enabled us to recognize a net income of about $4 million, leaving that fund balance of about $5.7 million at the end of 2020, with a target fund balance of $750,000. Sales tax economic development fund, we also have set it at $750,000 target balance. That's to enable us to be able to actually fund an economic project that comes into our doors when we need to. That fund balance at the end of 2020 was about $715,000. I will note that we do have a project that we've committed to at Schwann's for about $650,000 of that funding. So that fund probably will fall well below its target fund balance in 2021, depending on when that money goes out to that project. A lot of the funds that we have that we budget are just pass-through funds. That would be the Business Improvement District, the Tourism and Convention Fund, Special Alcohol, and those funds, since they're pass-through funds, we don't anticipate a fund balance, leaving a fund balance in those, so we don't have a target on those. Special Parks and Recreation Fund, we have a minimal balance just for cash flow purposes of $50,000. I will note of that $465,000 that was left in the fund balance in 2020. We have made a preliminary commitment to the tennis project, which will utilize a lot of that fund balance if we move forward with that project. Special Gas Fund, we did utilize this fund quite a bit in moving some of the projects that we were going to do in 2020. So we recognized a net loss in this fund in 2020 of $340,000, bringing that fund balance down to $1.4 million. We also budgeted that in that direction in 2021, so that number looks like it's going to come down again. We also have a commitment in this fund to the Schwann's project of $900,000, so we'll see that fund balance come down pretty close to its target in 2021 or 2022 whenever those funds are expended. The Neighborhood Park Development Fund, we do not have a target fund balance on that because those funds are just used specifically for neighborhood parks where those funds are collected. The Golf Fund, we did have to do a transfer to the Golf Fund in 2020. We did that transfer to enable them just to get to a point where they would have recognized the revenue they would have had. That did not get them up to their target fund balance of $100,000. So we'll just
I
have
think
to
you
watch
skipped
that.
a page.
Oh.
TPAC?
Yeah.
Oh, I forgot TPAC?
I'm keeping up with you, but you went from 5 to 7.
Oh, sorry, my pages are flipped, sorry. I didn't flip a page. Okay, TPAC. TPAC, we have an ending fund balance of about $132,000. Of that funding, we also have some revenues in there that Spectra has given us for some improvements that they're intending to do. So of the anticipated $221,000 fund balance at the end of 2021, 175 of that is reserved for those improvements. The former Schilling Air Force Base Environmental Fund, this is where we're holding the funds for the groundwater remediation, and you'll see what we're likely going to do is just budget the full amount, because that fund is not, we don't exactly know what that project timeline is, and until we have a better idea, we'll just fund it all out, or we'll budget it all out. Sanitation Fund has a fund balance target of $500,000. Their ending fund balance was $2.1 million at the end of 2020. Their fund balance, as you can see, we're budgeting to recognize a loss in 2021, and that's because of the cart purchases that we've approved to purchase out of cash instead of with debt financing in order to reduce that fund balance. The Solid Waste Fund has a fund balance target of $500,000. Current fund balance at the end of 2020, $5.4 million. This is a fund that includes some money for approximately $1 million is set aside for waste management diversion and reduction programs within that fund balance. We also have a liability of a little over $2 million that we do not have completely covered in a reserve fund that we need to look at whether we want to transfer those funds or not into that reserve fund. So that fund does not, although it looks really big compared to the target, there's a lot of uses that are necessitated with that fund.
And you may recall, we also worked through a vehicle and equipment schedule to try to anticipate future expenditures and kind of smooth that out. So I think from staff's perspective, we're anticipating breaking up this fund balance into more dedicated purposes so it doesn't appear as if it's an uncommitted balance when it actually is.
Now back to the Gulf Fund. The Gulf Fund, as I mentioned earlier, we did have to do a transfer in 2020. Its target fund balance is $100,000. It was at $45,700 at the end of 2020. The Wastewater Fund has a target balance of $5 million. The ending fund balance at the end of 2020 was $17.8 million roughly. And if you flip your slide to the next page, I added in there, as you recall, when we did the rate study last year, we scheduled out 10 years to see where we were going to be. If we kept rates consistent with what we had and with growth in expenditures, that fund balance is truly going to go down very quickly with the addition of debt payments for both the water plant and the South Water or Treatment Plant. And also the other information that is going to affect that fund balance drastically is that we're no longer debt financing our water main projects. That's a cash project for $2 million a year now. So we're going to see that fund balance start to get eaten up. And we kind of knew this coming into it. So we'll start seeing that get chipped away a little bit. And we'll have to review those fees just like we do every fall to see what we need to do to tweak those to make sure we're staying consistent with that fund balance. Workers' Compensation Fund, we have $750,000 target. We had a little bit over $1 million at the end of 2020. As with the health insurance fund, this is a fund that we're anticipating doing a policy on fund management because it is a fund that the fees come from other funds. So we anticipate that fund policy coming into effect sometime probably in the next year. So we can kind of evaluate when we can adjust fees and things like that. All those fees come from other funds because they're covering the cost workers' comp for the city.
And you may recall at the time of renewal of work comp, limits went up for law enforcement and public safety, and so that caused us to recognize that we probably need to revisit that reserve fund, so reserve balance. So combination of that and then trying to replicate the health insurance fund reserve analysis process for work comp, we expect that the 750 number is going to go up.
The health insurance fund, we're still recommending $2 million. This is the one we did put in the plan, and it has an evaluation date at the end of the plan year, which will be the end of 2021. So at that time, what the policy says is that we'll evaluate that, calculate what we believe that fund balance should be, and then make any adjustments as we need to do or do a rate holiday or whatever we need to do to manage that fund balance closer to its target. The central garage fund has a target of $100,000. It ended the 2020 year with about $314,000.
Quick question on the central garage fund balance. If we do go with something like with the vehicle leasing like we've been talking about, does that make this fund less volatile? Because I know that it can have the potential to have some kind of wide swings, and it's difficult to...
I guess you could say it would lessen expenses potentially, and that's part of the assumption of that fleet management
Right.
plan is some of those bigger ticket items would be under warranty, or we trade off the vehicles before they occur. In terms of staffing, part of our revenue comes from maintaining vehicles for other agencies, and that would continue, and so that revenue source would be there. I do expect the expenditures would still fluctuate just depending on equipment. One of the things that we recently discussed as part of the budget discussions was that it is showing some net positive, and possibly bringing on a temp administrative staff person to inventory parts and order parts and keep track of purchase orders and accounting, so that the head of central garage can be out in the
Doing
bay doing
what he
work
needs to
and
do, right.
supervision. So we think that it's performing well enough that it can support that.
Thank you.
Slide 8 was the one that I referenced with the water rate study, showing that fund balance was depleting. The next section that we're going to look at is where do the funds sit as of April 30th of 2021. It's really hard to tell exactly what's going to happen throughout the year because not all revenues or expenditures are cyclical. They're not level in their cycles. So, for example, property tax is typically collected in 2 halves. We know historically that we typically collect more than the first half. In the first half, we usually collect about 55 to 60% in the first half. Sales tax kind of fluctuates up and down a little bit. Expenditures typically in the contractual and commodity typically trail. However, with our change in our purchasing policy where purchase orders have to be done up front, we're seeing that kind of that shift in where we're seeing a lot of those expenses come into play a little bit earlier in the year as opposed to seeing them show up at the end of the year. And what we really try to focus on when we look at these numbers is how are we doing, the column number 3, how are we doing compared to what we were doing last year, which 2020 isn't exactly a good year to compare, but with our revenues, since they did come in fairly close to what we budgeted, that's a good indicator. And then kind of to look in the second to the last column from the right, which is what percentage of the budget have we used or collected so far. And at this point in the year, we should have seen about a 33% collection or expenditure rate. So we kind of look at those numbers and kind of see where are we at and see if there's any big adjustments or concerns that we might have. And as you can see on the revenue side, this is showing, did I update this? I thought I updated this, but I evidently didn't. The transfers are not reflected in this number in the fourth quarter or the fourth period in here. I did that, but I evidently didn't update this. So that's why that number looks like we're less in our revenue side than we were this time last year, because we actually did our interfund transfers in April of last year. So that $4.36 million in interfund transfers should be actually in the actuals of 2020 or 2021. The numbers that I've highlighted that are concerning are other taxes, which is our liquor tax. That's down a little bit compared to what we think it should be. Investment income, that can be cyclical depending on if we have CDs or things like that that are out that maybe don't pay interest until a certain date, or because if they were issued, if we bought those CDs in May and we get interest every 6 months, we won't see that until that period of time. So that one could be a little bit off. And then fees and charges are a little bit off in accordance with that 33%. But there again, a lot of those are parks fees, so as we get closer to the summer, we would anticipate that number would come up a little bit higher. So as we get through the summer and get towards the end of the summer and that number still shows low, then that to me could be very concerning. On the expenditure side, nothing really stuck out as far as I was concerned as far as the comparisons from the two either the year-to-date or the comparison to this time last year. But at this point, we're still budgeting that we'll have about a $500,000 net income at the end of 2021. The other funds, same thing, and same type of analysis. Arts and humanities, we know that most of that revenue doesn't come in until the River Festival, so doesn't surprise me at this point. The expenditures do come in a little bit earlier, so those expenditures might be a little higher than what that 33% might show. Nothing that we saw that would make us be concerned at this point until we can kind of get an idea of how the River Festival is going to perform. Business Improvement District is a pass-through, so that's just money comes in, money goes out. Sales Tax Capital Fund, and I think I have these notes a little bit later. We are seeing that sales tax is up a little bit from last year, and as we get through the slides and we talk about this fund a little bit more specific, I have some more data on where we are exactly at this time of year. The expenditure side is up because of that purchasing policy that I spoke about earlier. We've done purchase orders on a lot of those expenditures, as opposed to before where you just saw it when we paid the bill. So that one really looks like it might be tracking that our revenues might be up a little bit, but we know that number changes all the time, so it's a little hard to tell. Sales Tax Economic Development Fund, we're budgeting a loss, and we've recognized that this is an occurrence. We could recognize that we could show this as not as a loss with the revenue coming in a little bit stronger in sales tax than we budgeted. It'll just depend on how that number shakes out. I did provide here what that breakdown of that expenditure is, our SCEDO, our SDI, and our Save-A-Lot commitments for 2020. And a note that we do have a $650,000 commitment to a grant match out of this fund balance.
So I'm kind of, need to make sure my mic's on, sorry. Kind of repeating Debbie's prior comments, but as you can see there, those three commitments of total $370,000 a year. So that level of commitment basically is a break even for the revenue that's currently committed to the Economic Development Sales Tax Fund. What that doesn't do then is build a balance of funds to be put towards economic development projects. We've done that. We had a balance and we committed that recently. We've had some good economic development successes, so feel good about that. But just want to be clear that at our current funding level, we're just kind of breaking even annually going forward.
And when, in the budget cycle, we will have discussions about the funding levels when we get to like the outside agencies?
Correct.
Okay.
And the Save-A-Lot commitment, it does have
Yeah.
a time limit on it, so it will go away. But again, we're talking about $25,000 when we're talking about economic development grants in the $600,000 range. So at $25,000 a pop, it'll take a while.
It's no longer Save-A-Lot, but we transferred that to the new
Yes.
ownership.
Yeah, and as a little bit more detailed, that was a sales tax reimbursement agreement that we entered into as they were considering renovating and locating at that location. And then as the Star Bond project came on board, that captured the sales tax increment, and so we then are funding that financial commitment out of this Economic Development Fund.
And there's two sides to that commitment. We have where we've set a 3.9% of special sales tax to go into this fund, but then we also have those outside agencies that are taking those funding. So there's kind of two sides to that story. Tourism and convention is tracking lower than we would have anticipated. Not surprising because of what COVID did to the tourism industry. These numbers include just the first quarter of 2021 distribution, which is through the end of the year, or through November of 2020. So anything that we saw for hotel stays after November would not be included in these numbers yet.
So that is transient guest tax revenue, and as Debbie said, we're trailing there. We've had conversations with CVB and about what they're seeing in terms of average daily rates, and while occupancy is up, average daily rates appear to be down, so that kind of offsets the revenue there. And then a personal observation that I shared, and don't know how to reach conclusions on it, but, historically, my observation is we would have a lot of hotel parking lots full Monday through Friday with business travel. I mean, we had consistent hotel stays, and so with COVID and Zoom meetings and interruption of business travel, that certainly explains why the numbers are off in the short run, but then the question becomes, what will business travel look like, and what will tourism in general look like going forward? And we're seeing it start to rebound, but it's not fully recovered, and don't entirely know what to expect just yet.
The next two funds, the special parks and the special alcohol fund, are both funded by the liquor tax. We're seeing that number down a little bit as well from 2020, or from what we budgeted in 2021. This goes through the March distribution, so that too could be just a number that hasn't quite come back up from COVID, the effects of COVID on that.
So, I'm sorry, I'm thinking out loud now, but the special alcohol, is that liquor store based? Could that be impacted by drive-through alcohol sales being a retail?
No, the special alcohol is drinks per, like, restaurant drinks and things like that,
Okay.
so. But it could be affected by, now that people are going out more and things like that, that number, we would hope that
pick
we
up,
would see that
right.
number rebound a little bit. So when you go to Applebee's, get yourself a drink.
Or two?
Yeah, or two, yeah. Special gas tax, these collections are through March 31st, 2021. That number looks pretty strong at 55% of what we budgeted. However, we're looking at what we budgeted, so, it's comparison. It is down from what we had collected at this time last year. So we'll have to keep an eye on that number to see if it's tracking back to where we thought it would be back in compared to 2019. Neighborhood park development is based on mortgages that are in specific neighborhoods, so that number, as we see more and more mortgages be filed, then that number we should see that number come up. Tony's Pizza Event Center, this is one of those funds that we have to look at, we have to watch carefully, because of course their expenditures are based on what they bring in. So if they bring in more revenue, they ask us for less reimbursement for expenses. So this fund currently has a fund balance of an anticipated fund balance of $307,000, but $175,000 of that is actually committed to that capital improvement that I spoke about earlier. Central Garage, again, their numbers are looking like they're tracking fairly close to that 1/3 at this point, so I don't see any issues with that fund at this point. Sanitation, their revenues are up just a little bit, nothing to be too excited about, but because that could be a lot of people getting out and taking stuff to the dump or whatever, so that's not a number that I would be too excited about at this point, and everything else looks like it's tracking on schedule. Solid waste, the same, there's nothing there that we see in 2021 that would cause us to be alarmed at this point. And we do have the purchase of those carts this year still out of that fund. Golf course, it's tracking a little bit down, but that's not surprising. This is the winter months, so I would anticipate that revenue to start coming back online where they need to be. The revenues or the expenditures are tracking very well. In fact, they're a little bit low, so I wouldn't anticipate any huge trouble with that unless we have some other issues that we don't know about at this moment.
It is definitely weather related, or
Yeah.
can be.
Yes, water and wastewater, these numbers are tracking as they should. I will note that we will probably have to do a 2021 budget amendment on this because we did not budget for the $2 million of cash water main in the 2021 budget. We've added it to the 2022 budget, but there was some confusion in the numbers. So we may, depending on where the rest of their expenditures come out compared to their budget, we may end up coming back with an amendment for that expenditure closer to the end of the year.
Debbie, it might be helpful to explain the state budgeting requirements in terms of filing and then amending, especially, and that sheds a little bit of light on why we would budget the full expenditure of the groundwater remediation fund as well.
Sure. So we're required by state statute to submit our budget for the following year by August of 25th of the current year, which makes it difficult to know what's going on. You're budgeting for 6 months out. And really what we're telling them is what our expenditure authority is. So we have the authority to spend up to that level once we submit that to the state. We cannot go over that expenditure authority. They don't care about the revenue. If our revenues come in high, low, it doesn't matter. We do not have to do an amendment. But if our expenditures come in higher, we have to get authority to spend more than what we've submitted to the state. And so what we typically do is we watch that throughout the year, and if we get closer to the end of the year and it looks like we're going to be going over that authority, we'll do an amendment to that. The amendment has to be done in the year that you're spending the funding, so anything that we do to amend these budgets, we'll have to do by the end of the year. So depending on where they fall out, it may be November, it may be December, depending on when that actually goes over budget. So is that what you were kind of thinking?
Correct. And so that kind of explains with the uncertainty with the groundwater remediation, that's the only fund that we just go ahead and budget the balance and indicate that we might expend the entirety. But that gives us the most flexibility when we're talking in big numbers like that, project might represent, and gives us the most flexibility.
The work comp fund, you'll see no revenue in this fund yet. That's an annual transfer from other funds, and that's typically, I think we did them, we usually do them in about November, but we may, just depending on how we schedule it out, that may come in a little sooner. The expense on this side is lower compared to what we would anticipate, so this doesn't have any significant concerns. The health fund, health insurance fund, something that I took note of is our contractual services, which is really our claims. A lot of that is our claims, is up about $100,000 from this time last year. And we've talked about that a lot, about people holding on to their medical and things like that. So it's not a huge number at this point, but it is something to keep an eye on to make sure that we are tracking with those numbers and keeping an eye on that fund. The bond and interest fund, as you can see with the property taxes I mentioned earlier, that's come in at 58% already of what we budgeted, which is not abnormal with property taxes. The expense side of it is low. However, that's because we typically make 2 payments a year out of this fund, one in April, which is an interest-only payment, and then one in October, which is an interest and principal payment, which is much larger. So we'll see that we won't see the majority of that expenditure hit until October 1st. And I do expect that we'll have to do a budget amendment on this also, because when we budgeted this back in June of 2020, we had not kind of put under radar that the radio project might bond early. And so when we bonded the radio project with our refunding in October, that created a payment in 2021 that we wouldn't have anticipated to come till 2022. So we may need, depending on where the payments fall out in this and things like that, we'll probably need to do a budget amendment on this fund for that purpose.
And then you may recall our prior conversations about that fund balance and the peak that we see coming in debt service in the future, and trying to manage our mill rate based on relying on this fund balance and kind of all the debt schedule. So while there's a balance there, staff is paying attention to that balance and how we might apply it going forward.
Yeah. So that kind of tells us where we are, where we are and where we ended up 2020. The next section, which is a much larger section that I won't cover in great detail unless you have specific questions, is the operational request by division. I'll just kind of explain how we reported it so that you and everyone else has a little bit of understanding. So each division provided us with the dollars that they were requesting for their budget, and we calculated that, and we figured out what increase that was over their 2021 request so that we can provide that information for you. These requests do not mean that we're recommending them at this point. We have a lot of work still to do. We just want to make sure that we're providing you this information kind of in steps as we go along. And this also kind of gives you a preview of what you might anticipate seeing as we come forward in prior years, we wouldn't have given you this information till probably the end of June, and it's at that point you're going, well, what is all this? So hopefully this kind of helps you to see where we start the process and kind of how we can look at these numbers.
And these don't, I don't know if you mentioned it, but these don't include personnel. These are
Correct.
just-
This does not include personnel. It's only the items that the departments have actual control over, which is commodities, contractual services, and capital outlay.
So as we look at that next slide, 23, we see a lot of contractual services, being pretty large items within a lot of departments. Can you give us any clue as to what some of those contractual services are?
For example, in computer technology, that's a large one. That's all of our maintenance agreements on software.
Okay.
So that could be part of that.
Okay.
In some departments, it might be outside contractors for the solid waste or something like that, an engineering firm that has to come in and do,
Okay.
some of those things.
Okay.
It was purchases of services. So commodities is typically purchases of items,
Right.
products, and then contractual services, anytime we have to buy somebody else's service.
Right, and so when we get to the city commission one, that's about $480,000, our only contractual services are with legal, is that correct?
No, with the city-county building.
Oh,
rent of the building.
we pay, okay,
Yep.
I gotcha,
Yep.
I gotcha.
The legal actually has its own little division.
Okay.
So you'll see that as its own little division line a little bit later.
Okay, thank you.
And commodities, contractual, and capital were areas that department heads did a good job in 2020 of dialing back. So do you see some of those increases, some of that's kind of getting back to normal or trying to pick up where we left off?
Right, because as we remind you that this is compared to our 2021 budget, we didn't necessarily go back and look at this compared to what our 2019, we did internally, but this comparison is to the 2021 budget. So it wouldn't surprise you to see small incremental increases for either increases in rates, increases in contractual services, or anything like that. That would not surprise me in seeing these. As we see some of the larger numbers, I brought staff, some of them. Some of them are on Zoom, so if you have any specific questions, I can answer some, but not all, or I can try to. So I don't know how much detail you want me to go into this, but if you have any specific questions about this, the bottom line, when you get to the end of the general fund, is that with the request that we currently have for just these categories, the general fund expenses would be anticipated to increase 10% over 2021. And that is a 7% increase over 2019 actual. I did calculate that. So if you look at that over historical years, 7% from 2021 is not a lot each year. When we have 2020 and 2021 in there that were kind of goofball years, it just, over a 3-year period, that's not a lot of increase.
And having said that, you factor in personnel as well, and we've got our work cut out for us still. We've discussed previously how our revenue growth is pretty flat. We're seeing some indications that this year is better than some, but real hard to predict what the future might bring, given kind of the source of that revenue being stimulus dollars most likely, and we are seeing some growth. We anticipated as part of the Schwann's project and the Great Plains project that bring contractors to town and hopefully generate hotel stays. But as we've discussed, we got back to normal on our hotel numbers yet. So still trying to figure out what the right revenue projection is going forward.
So that's the general fund. The Arts and Humanities Fund is down about 11%. They did reduce some funding from the Arts Board, and thus reduce the expenditure side of that. So that's what that is. Sanitation is down considerably, and that's because of the purchase of the carts in 2021. We had about $1 million of purchases in 2021 that will not be there in 2022. Solid waste is fairly flat if you look at the whole fund. Golf course is reducing just slightly, but fairly flat. The wastewater fund is going up, and this one is, as I explained earlier, the $2 million that we didn't budget in 2021 for those water main replacements is now in 2022. So $2 million of that is that by itself. The central garage is going down just a little bit, but staying fairly flat. Basically, our instruction was try to stay as flat as you can to 2021, because that's, we don't, like Mike said, we don't anticipate a lot of revenue growth, especially with the property tax side, and we just aren't confident in what sales tax is going to do at this point, so that's what we kind of asked staff to do.
If I could double back for a second, there's a couple things in general fund that might be worth mentioning. We're trying to consolidate expenditures under computer technology and under building facility and maintenance. Historically, that has been decentralized. Computer technology has been a little bit of both. They've picked up the expense of certain items, and then departments would have independent spending for purchasing workstations or iPads or what have you. So we're trying to consolidate for organizational purposes, for cost-saving purposes, for warranty and maintenance purposes, and then similarly in the building maintenance side, that's been very decentralized as well. Some things the building facilities division of parks would take responsibility for, and then other things, remodels or renovations within a department would come through as a capital budget item. And so we're trying to consolidate that under Troy Reinert, our building services director, and have a lot of confidence in kind of his knowledge of our whole system and being able to help us prioritize there. So what that may look like is you may see, a cost increase in those two line items. It seems like a significant increase, but in some respects it's offset elsewhere in individual department budget line items.
Do you have any questions before we go on to sales tax, capital fund, about any of those specific line items or funds, or other questions about what's involved in there? I'll try to answer that or look it up in my little book.
And thank you for pointing out that legal was its own thing, because I did I see that within there. And so basically, and my math is always suspect, Debbie, as you know, but from 2020 to 2021 and 2022, we're going to be going up about 20% from 2020 to 2021, and then we're carrying that forward in 2022.
That's what we're budgeting.
Okay,
But that doesn't mean, I think we probably budgeted that same amount in 2019
okay, okay.
and came in at 497.
Okay.
So it's not a highly complex calculation on that account. Sometimes
Okay.
those numbers are just carried forward, to be
Okay.
quite
Yeah,
honest.
and one thing that I'll be bringing forward to you shortly is Clark Mize and Linville is providing backup city prosecutor services when items are appealed to district court. So looking at that number, I think there's cost savings to be had to consider bringing on an assistant city prosecutor rather than contracting with Clark Mize and Linville. The volume's gotten such, plus that you add to it kind of the backlog of COVID, and now we're coming out of that, and we're seeing that volume pick up. So we've done some financial analysis of whether that pays for itself or saves money, and I'll be bringing forward a recommendation for a assistant city prosecutor shortly.
The only other question I had was on page 27. Are we there yet? We were kind of skipping around, and I don't know if we had gotten to page 27 yet.
No, go ahead. I wasn't going to talk about anything else.
Yeah, I didn't
That's
yeah, I
why.
didn't think you were. So I just had a question about like the parks downtown and landscape. I know that the commission had received an email last week from a downtown business owner who was concerned about the upkeep on the planters downtown. And I was just kind of curious as to what our investment is from the city side, because I see the commodity, so I'm assuming that's all the planning material and things like that. But then like the contractual services and things, I mean, is that just the percentage of like a park staff person that we have that works downtown, or how exactly does it
Actually, a lot of what would address that maintenance is on the personnel side, which isn't in this number.
Okay, that's
part-time
right,
Staff,
right.
If, number one, if we can get them hired, and then additionally, I'd be the first to acknowledge that we took on that park maintenance, or that landscape maintenance increase as associated with the downtown project without increasing park
Oh,
staffing.
I
So
know.
we've got added responsibility, and we're having a increasingly difficult time to fill the part-time positions that we have. But from a budget standpoint, that wouldn't be in the numbers you're seeing there on page 27.
Okay, thank you. That's all I've got then.
What is included in here is the mowing that we just signed the agreement for.
Okay.
That is in here under the Parks Administrator, or the Parks, the top section of that in that contractual. That would be in that budget line item because it's an outside party doing that mowing service for us.
Gotcha, okay.
I know we were having trouble getting seasonal staff. Are we still having troubles there, and are we going to have to look at outside contracting to do some of that work?
We've actually done a little bit of that. We priced out additional contract services and got some favorable numbers, it looks like. So that gives me a little bit of optimism. Haven't had a conversation recently with the Parks Department. I do know, with school getting out, we're seeing an uptick in applications. We've been able to fill at least some athletic positions, dragging, lining, ball fields, things like that. Don't know within the last week and a half where we stand on landscaping applications, but combination of getting the application and then being competitive pay rate-wise with other opportunities the applicants have.
And we are still short for part-time seasonal for landscaping, but we did just get a contract going with landscape consultants to start doing some work downtown. That'll start later this week.
On those seasonal jobs, is there a minimum age? Is it 18? Do you know?
Depends on the work. Some of that can go down to 15, I believe,
it?
but
Okay.
it depends on what the equipment they're operating
Right.
and the work they're doing.
Any other questions on the operational requests?
I'm just curious, I guess, Jacob, on the landscape consultant's contract for further work downtown, specifically what kind of work?
Weeding and spraying, I think, is specifically
So
what
you're
the-
talking all maintenance type of, okay.
and that's just for the planners on Santa Fe. We'll still be doing the stuff that's off Santa Fe. So just the new stuff, basically, they'll be taken care of. Jeff, correct me if I'm wrong on any of that, so.
No, and so probably when we get to the outside agencies funding, we'll be able to have that number, like, for us to know what it's going to take us to do that through a private company versus staffing it through on our own. And, I mean, that's just one more part of the equation of what,
Correct.
we only may see $95,000 in operational subsidy, but that's another element that we do provide.
Plus, as part of the downtown Starbond development agreement, there is an allocation that goes to Salina Downtown Inc. for programming, security programming, and maintenance. And so we've, by way of agreement, divided up maintenance responsibilities in the downtown between us and SDI as well.
And I don't know who this question goes to, but since we're on this, it just dawned on me. As far as collecting the trash downtown in the trash containers, is that contracted out, or is that a city?
That was one of the things that SDI is taking care of as part
Okay,
of that.
that's my question, because,
So
and I
SDI
don't know
has
if it's
contract.
because we have more traffic downtown, but I have noticed that those have gotten filled up, and I don't know how often they're being emptied, so that's something
I
that
do know they have a dedicated person by way of contract for that, but I don't know the
Yeah.
scheduling of it.
maybe
Yeah,
something.
I
to
don't
be-
either. We can touch base with them for sure.
Okay.
Just for clarification purposes, those contracts, like Jacob was mentioning for the weed planters, will not be part of our normal outside agencies. The normal outside agencies would be OCCK, SDI, the Chamber, and SCEDO. We wouldn't go into that much detail. I just want to make sure we're,
Right,
unless you want more specific requests, we can get that information.
I mean, I just think sometimes it helps that when we can see the entire picture of the resources that we're putting into something like, like SDI, or, we've talked in the past about, what we supply to the community theater or the art center, and, sometimes it's just helpful to know what our total investment
Sure.
in a facility or a project is.
Sure, we can add that information in there.
Thank you so much.
So that brings us to the sales tax capital fund. And it kind of shifts from what the requests are and kind of gets into more of the strategic planning that we talked about. As you can see from this that we provided earlier, the sales tax do appear to be up. I will say that for the May distribution that we just received the end of May, our overall sales and use tax, both city and county, were up about 11.42% from prior year. Our city was up about 10.7% from prior year. That's cumulative from the prior years. Now, what we're seeing, and probably what you're hearing in the newspaper and magazines, is if we look at month-by-month comparisons, our May of 2021 was 34% higher than our May of 2020, but we were kind of in the beginnings of COVID then. So you're hearing a lot of numbers going on out there, but it's not always comparative to what we're giving you. So I just wanted to make sure that was understood, that you can understand that. But we are seeing double-digit, at this point, increases in our collections and sales and use tax over last year. And typically, we do see that happen. It kind of goes up, and then it kind of levels off a little bit down. And so that doesn't indicate that we'll be in the double digits by the end of the year. So hopefully, we'll have that number ironed out. 2020 finished about 0.5% above 2019, which for COVID was pretty amazing. And let's see what other information. I just wanted to give you this information because we will be looking at the fund balance in the sales tax capital fund. We talked a lot during strategic planning about the historical unspent funding for the categories that we had kind of committed to when we did the sales tax initiative back in 2016. And we looked at those numbers to see if we could kind of figure out in the budget how to get those things back on track. So if the unspent funding for example, in parks is about $973,000 from 2017 to 2020. In streets, it's a little over $1 million, and there's the other categories all have some unspent funds. However, we did spend funds that we didn't commit to, which was the $500,000 to the Lee Building, and then we had some work by HDR on the area around TPAC for some consulting that we had done over there. So if you kind of level those all out, we have about $3.6 million in unspent funds that we had committed or we've spent that we didn't commit to. And it's trying to figure out how if we can get those numbers back to those particular categories and how we do that in the most effective way. So one of the places that we also talked about during strategic planning was the Kenwood Cove Maintenance Project, and fund. I brought this, this is the exact same thing we saw before where we scheduled out what the maintenance was going to be, the next two slides on 36 and 37. We scheduled out what our anticipated plan was for those maintenance requirements and then what the funding requirements would be for that fund in order to support that maintenance schedule. The next slide kind of talks about some of the budget initiatives that we did bring up in strategic planning, but that we've kind of honed in on some of the numbers and kind of where we were hoping to move forward with these. So in order to capture some of the funds that we have unspent for allocations of sales tax, we're going to be recommending that we create a park maintenance fund, which would include a transfer of the entire $500,000 that we allocate or whatever amount we allocate annually into that fund so that those funds can be segregated and kept for that purpose only. We would anticipate transferring about $370,000 into that fund in 2022, leaving the $600,000 that we've kind of left for the tennis project back on the burner for that project when we make that commitment going forward. We would anticipate, we would like to create a vehicle and equipment replacement fund. This is an area that we talk about a lot, that we have old equipment that's not just vehicles that's going to be addressed by the fleet in the enterprise project, but there's a lot of other vehicles and equipment that we need to kind of get on top of and stay in front of. We would anticipate transferring that annual budgeted allocation to this fund, and then capturing if we had any savings from that. So if we had where we had come in under budget, we would leave that fund, money in that fund so that we could utilize that for equipment as we move forward, instead of it getting kind of lost in the sales tax capital fund and then used for whatever might come up. The other fund that we're recommending to create at this point is a fleet management fund, and this is the fund that would manage the enterprise fleet management system. We would like to see a transfer of $1 million go into that fund in order to kind of get it started, so that the way that fund's going to work is we're going to lease vehicles, we're going to sell vehicles, so there's going to be a lot of in and out of that fund. We're going to be making payments out for the leases, we're going to be collecting money for what we sell, then some of what we lease is going to sell, so we're having money come in, but we're still continually having to pay that lease. The maximum lease amount that they're projecting is about $1 million at this point, so we felt like that was a good place to start to make sure that we had that, until we could kind of get a couple years under our belt to see how that fund was kind of reacting and playing and seeing how those numbers were coming in, and then we could always utilize that funding for vehicles and equipment that we had to purchase. The sales tax, a special gas tax balance that we have a little bit over $1 million in there, we would anticipate leaving that funding there for the $900,000, I think this is a KDOT grant match, not an EDA
Correct.
grant match. And in order to kind of address the Kenwood Cove Maintenance Fund, we would anticipate to allocate a portion of any annual gains that we see. So if we see sales tax revenues come in above what we anticipate, hopefully taking some of those additional funds and putting it into that Kenwood Cove Maintenance Fund. And we'd like to see some commitment of spending some of, at least part of the unspent funding for streets, hike, bike, and buildings and facilities, as our growth, again, allows us to do, to kind of continually spend some of that money for those funds. This fund, as you know, prior to this presentation, we've always given you that huge spreadsheet with all the information on it. So I've been trying to break it down into smaller pieces just so that we can see what those numbers look like. And so on this next slide, there's a lot of information here, but what I wanted to give you was some different scenarios. So the first graphic is the sales tax that we have projected right now, goes through 2036 at a growth of 0.5% sales. That's 0.5% growth a year on the sales tax. If we continue with that process, I mean, if that's how growth kind of tracks out, we would have a balance of $1.8 million after we made our last debt commitment out of that fund. So the second column is where our fund balance would land based on that tax growth assumption of 0.5%. And that's the number we've been showing you all along. We've used 0.5% for a while because we really weren't getting any higher than that. If that model goes to 1%, where our growth tends to be 1% a year, that ending fund balance goes back up to $7 million based on what we have committed today for the river project and all of those other allocations that we have in there for streets and parks and all those, without any changes to those commitments. If we saw no growth, so I'm trying to give you both sides of the picture here. If we saw absolutely no growth in sales tax from 2020 going forward, with all of the commitments that we would have an ending fund balance of $382,000 at the end of 2036. And this all assumes, one, that sales tax does not get recommitted, and that the expenses that we've committed to don't change. As far as our allocations and those things that we've got in that spreadsheet. I will say that our 7-year average, growth rate average from 2013 to 2019 was 1.42%, and from 2018 to 2020, it was 1.6%. So that's what our sales tax has been growing on average over those periods of time. So basically, this last little table is just what we're recommending that we transfer based on those initiatives on the previous page out of the sales tax capital fund at this time. Any questions about sales tax capital or our initiatives or kind of where the direction we're moving on any of those?
No, but I really appreciate the fact that you've taken the different scenarios, I mean, from 0% up to whatever, 1.6, and shown how that actually plays out. And I, for one, think that's very helpful, and I just want to thank you for doing that.
Thank you.
Do you think that because a portion of our sales tax is coming through the internet, that's going to change any of that balance? We don't have much history on that yet, but during the COVID year, that spiked, and
Yeah.
Anybody got a sense of,
We
is
do.
that all a level thing, or?
No, we do see that number to continue to rise at a higher percentage rate than our sales, our on-the-ground sales tax. But we're still seeing that number significantly lower than our sales tax that we're seeing in brick and mortar streets or shops. We're talking in the hundreds of thousands of dollars on the use tax, which would be use tax, compared to the millions of dollars in sales tax. So we're not seeing those dollar amounts go up very high, but the percentages are increasing.
And, one point of conversation was we're also seeing our pull factor go down. And, the pull factor is spending from outside of our local economy that's happening to our benefit. And you have to think that, internet sales, previously someone probably commuted to Salina to make that purchase in person. Now they can make that order and have it delivered to their door. So that may explain some of the, we're seeing the percentage rise in internet sales tax by our own residents, but our pull factor decline may be a function of people being able to do that in the region and not have to commute to Salina.
Right. Right. Any other questions on sales tax?
Well, in that context of being a regional poll, I kind of see baseball in that light. I don't see anything about baseball in this budget. I don't think we're totally depending on the transient guest checks to fund all of that. So if our commitment is going to be where they've asked it to be, where are we going to make up the difference?
We're still talking about that.
Yeah, I'll tackle, yes. One of the very next things that we recognize that we need to talk with you about, in the governing body about, is how to allocate those fund balances. I mean, on the assumption that we agree with the general fund reserve balance number, that still leaves some excess there to be allocated, along with the American Rescue Plan funding and trying to size that up. So some of the next slides are the American Rescue Plan discussion, but we anticipate as a staff, we're going to have to come back to you with more details on what's eligible for American Rescue Plan, what we think our allocation will be, and itemization of kind of that inventory of requests or projects. As we went through strategic planning, we talked about deferred expenditures and some back-of-house items in terms of agenda management and website and time and attendance and vehicles and equipment. But then we also identified projects of baseball and tennis and the park master plan, housing, fire station number 4, sidewalks, the river renewal, and the groundwater remediation. So I think one of the tasks that we have before us as staff is to assist you, which is a little different than we've done in years past, of here's available funds, here's identified possible uses, and help you go through a prioritization exercise so we then can answer the baseball project question along with housing and some of those other big ticket items.
Well, oh, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was just going to add, we had that list of bridges from our
Yep.
strategic planning, too. I mean, if we could knock out a bridge with some of those funds, that would might be something to consider, too. Sorry.
Could you discuss a little bit about, how conversations are going between the city and county? Because I know they've received 10 million. Is that what I?
Yes, that's my understanding. That we'll be
And
receiving.
again, the city being in the county, those dollars can benefit us also. And it seems to me like there ought to be some kind of joint meetings or I'm not saying it's us, but with staff to kind of see how best we can merge those dollars and keep as many of those dollars as possible in our community. And
Yep, and it's not directly related to your question, but we did meet with the County Commission, Lauren Driscoll and I met with them on housing and walked them through the housing study and the RHID funding and IRB and some of those tools. So that conversation, I think, was productive, and they certainly wanted to have an ongoing conversation at the staff level and reporting back to the governing bodies in terms of requests that we get for housing. Then similarly, staff has been having conversations about the allocations between the county and the city and the school district, for that matter. One thing that's come up recently that relates to American Rescue Plan funding that is going to the county commission is the Salina Airport Authority has identified the possibility of an additional destination being Houston as a possible third destination, and they've made a request to the county, in part because the county's already receiving funding. We still are waiting for tranches to be distributed, and so I think the county commission is taking that up tomorrow. In fact, the county administrator reached out to me this morning asking whether the mayor could provide a letter indicating where the governing body stood on that. I kind of declined on the basis that you hadn't heard any of that information and weren't in a position to speak for the governing body. I did send a letter as the city manager just acknowledging in general that's beneficial to the community, both our business and industrial community in particular. And so I think we all collectively see the benefit in it, acknowledging that we're just getting started in our budget process and our review of American Rescue Plan funding, so I wasn't in a position to say where those funds might go. So that's a long-winded answer to we're a step behind the county in terms of funds distribution, and my focus has been really kind of preparing you as a governing body to provide us some direction, recognizing we're going to need to coordinate with.
And I understand they've hired a consultant or someone to help them with their analysis.
Yes, they've brought someone on board, I think, to help them with compliance determinations and administration of those funds, just to ensure that they're compliant with the requirements. I put that burden on Jacob.
I really do.
I'm not kidding.
No, I love your
He's been
suggestion, though, about, I mean, I don't know if it looks like two governing bodies getting together, but at least having some sort of coordination between the two entities.
Because
Yeah,
I guess one of my questions also is, and again, I pulled up the document, I think it's 150-some pages, and so I just glanced through it, but, it talks about, like you said, investment in water, sewer, broadband, as you stated in the documentation here. Does it talk about, does that have to be current water and sewerage or sewer infrastructure? Can it be new? I mean, we're talking about the RHID. Is this a way that we can lower, some of the requests on the RHID and fund that?
Yeah, it certainly could be used on any new water and sewer project. I mean, I think that's one part of this that's very clear, is water and sewer is eligible. So anything that has to do with water and sewer, and actually I think sanitation, or not sanitation, sanitary sewer as well, so storm sewer is eligible as well. Outside of that, that's where it starts to get kind of fuzzy on the definitions of where it can and can't be used.
Yeah. Well, it seems to me like there's a definite need for that as we're addressing our housing requirements. That may be a way to keep us from having to do some of the tax abatements that are being asked and stuff. So
we fully recognize that that is a priority. We're going to have to reach some conclusions about eligible uses and some possible strategies. One of the things is recouping ourselves for lost revenue, and so while we talk about the savings that we realized in 2020. There's also that just the lost revenue in and of itself is an eligible reimbursement. So if we can get a clear understanding of what's eligible and we can quantify that then is kind of, in my mind, a first step that we reimburse ourselves, and then you have greater latitude to apply it to whatever projects you prioritize. But fully recognize that we have that laundry list, baseball being definitely on that list, that we need to work our way through that discussion so you can give us direction.
Staff come back to us? I mean, as we look at our target fund balance, and right now the general fund's 8.5 million. And didn't we at one time kind of have a target of 10? Is where we really kind of wanted to get.
Yeah, I would.
Or is that just maybe
Yeah,
we just
when
talked
you apply
about it? But
the recommended percentages of 15 to 20%, 8.5 is kind of that top end. I can't say that we haven't had 10 in
And
conversation.
I'm-
And
I'm a firm believer in a savings account for rainy days, so don't get me wrong, but when I look at a fund of 12.7 million, and if our target's 8.5, not that I want to spend all that, but we do have some needs, whether it's, because Bill Burke with the restrooms and concession stand and the drainage issues, which then leads into the turfing, I think needs to be addressed, but also the firehouse and some of those things. I think we need to, again, prioritize what we have, but I think that's going to be very important we do within the next, 60, 90 days.
Yeah,
So,
agreed. And that's where, staff doesn't want to get ahead of you as a governing body, and you've got some pretty significant, I think you have more identified projects and priorities than funds by the time we get through American Rescue Plan and.
Which isn't
that reserve
unusual.
balance.
Yeah, I
We-
mean,
right.
well,
I mean,
yeah.
it's that way at my house some days,
Sure. We have more opportunity than we've ever had. I mean, financially, we've got more funds to work with than we've ever
Yeah.
had. But I'm reluctant to be overly optimistic to any special interest group until you, as a governing body, get through a prioritization exercise.
Right. But I think that's going to be a really valuable discussion to have within the governing body,
And even if it's purchasing some, because like you said, we did increase our fund balance considerably, but again, we didn't do some purchases we needed to. So, if we can look at trying to get ourselves back on better, footing for the future, I think this is the opportunity to do that. So.
Definitely. And
So-
I guess the other thing I would add is my priority was getting direction from you before we start to collaborate with the county or outside entities.
Just tell them to write us a check and we'll take care of it.
The working relationship at the staff level is terrific. I think, I can't fault them in anything that they're doing. We kind of need to collect our thoughts, and then we can start to have a collaborative conversation with them and baseball enterprises and the tennis projects moving forward in terms of their fundraising. And I do think, as we talked about turf, we've said what we want to do with the transient guest tax rate. So now we need to project what we think that revenue is going to look like, and it's a little sketchy, but I think there's an opportunity to identify what we can fund in the first 10 years and then take that revenue stream from year 11 on and have it waiting for us as a replacement fund for turf, but we're still going to have a gap that we're going to be looking to either set aside those items or fund out of general fund reserve or American Rescue Plan dollars. The other thing I would tell you is staff is trying to pursue some grant opportunities through Dane Hansen and Land Water Conservation Funds, and we'll see if we can kind of parlay some of our, and we have some funds to make a local match, maybe we can secure some grant funds.
But as far as looking at the American Recovery Plan dollars, I think the county surely sees the importance of some of the infrastructure when it comes to water, sewer, stormwater, that type of thing for housing, because they benefit from that as much as anybody on property taxes and stuff. So I think that,
Yeah, and I certainly don't want to speak for them. They did express reluctance to, they weren't opposed, but they had a lot of questions, understandably so, about RHID and capturing that increment. The other thing that I would tell you is staff, independent of American Rescue Plan dollars, we're continuing to have conversations about kind of the housing study, identifying, we're starting to see more and more interest in specific geographic areas, and that's starting to spread geographically wider. And so between staff and RDG consultants, we're working on assessing what the infrastructure investments might cost for water, sewer, and street by unit, whether that's half mile or mile, so that we then can say which geographic area would free up or dollar for dollar get the most developable area as a possible way to help you prioritize those investments.
I guess my only or main concern, I should say, is the timing of it. We've got new jobs coming to Salina in 2022, and as we all know, new housing or new apartments don't get built overnight. So we've got to be fairly conscious of the fact that this needs to continue to move at a fairly.
And we're still staffing through the projects that have indicated interest. We have some others that are, come on board in the last week or two that they don't necessarily have a proposal yet, but they're starting to indicate interest, and we're working with them. So, and it's going to be a combination of both. And again, you as the governing body are going to have to reach a consensus. Just because Area A may be more return on the investment if it's 36 months out versus a project that we, bird in hand, if you are familiar with the phrase, then that might be a deciding factor as well.
The only other thing, as we add more projects in with any newfound money, we have to remember that a lot of this growth in the general fund balance is not from economic growth, it's from money that we, well, yeah, I didn't want to put, but that's true, right? It's money we didn't spend on stuff that we should have spent it on. So, as we expand our footprint, we have to have those additional monies. It's just like baseball, great to get the fields, but who's got to pay for the replacement? Us. So we just have to make sure we don't spend further down the road than what we can afford to keep up.
Well, and that's a really good point. Staff's had this conversation, and it's, I guess you would say, a little bit of a frustrating irony that we have fund balances that are available for things like what we're talking about, but we have yet to have consistent enough growth that we can make an ongoing annual commitment to pay raises or, expanded programs. It's an odd situation to be in where you have cash for a one-time expenditure, but we don't have a revenue growth to support ongoing commitments.
Any other?
Well, and that may be a good way to look at what we do with some of the larger unexpected funds, what sort of one-hit wonders can we knock out that won't require as much, additional money in the future, or may bring us up to where we need to be so that our future maintenance is less.
Correct. And Commissioner Ryan asked in strategic planning whether that fund balance could be applied to the pay plan, and I may have answered too quickly that no, because of that, one-time expenditure. But one possible use of it would be to hold it in abeyance that if we're going to do a pay plan increase and we don't know what the total financial impact of that might be, combination of drawing down that reserve and growth might help us sustain it over the next 2-3 years. So, that may, when you talk about 8.5 being the target and 10 being a possibility, maybe we stay at the 10, recognizing we may have to draw on that 10 if the pay plan impacts are not offset by revenue growth. Because in terms of hiring, we $15 an hour minimum wage is pretty prevalent in the employers we compete with, and I have to think that impacts our ability to hire.
Absolutely. Any other questions or comments from the governing body? I don't know if are there any members of the public that have questions or comments about our budget? If not, I guess we will be adjourned until 4 unless you've got anything further for us.
I don't believe so.
We're just going to, more to come next week, right?
That's right, more fun next week.
Thank you. All right, I would like to call the Monday, June 7th, 2021 Salina City Commission meeting to order. And first, we'll start by confirming that the Kansas Open Meeting Act required notice has been properly provided.
Yes.
Thank you. With that, we'll proceed to roll call.
Mayor Hodges,
Here.
Commissioner Davis,
Here.
Commissioner Hoppick,
Here.
Commissioner Peck,
Here?
Commissioner Ryan.
Would all who are able please rise and join us in the Pledge of Allegiance in a moment of silence? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, we don't have any awards and proclamations today, so that will take us to Citizens Forum. Citizens Forum is an opportunity for members of the public to come to the podium and speak to the commission about any item that does not appear on today's agenda. I see that we maybe have one person who's attending virtually that may want to speak as well. So if you are a virtual participant, please raise your hand via Zoom, and we can unmute you so you can participate as well. Is there anybody that would like to speak today? And I don't see a raised hand, so we'll go ahead and close Citizens Forum. We don't have any public hearings or items scheduled for a certain time, so that brings us to the consent agenda.
Item 6.1, approve the minutes of May 24, 2021.
Would any commissioners like to remove that item from the consent agenda? And if not,
Mayor Hodges, I move we approve the minutes of May 24th, 2001.
we have a motion and a second to approve the minutes of May 24th, 2021. Could we have a roll call, please?
Commissioner Davis,
Aye.
Commissioner Hoppick,
Aye.
Commissioner Peck,
Aye.
Commissioner Ryan,
Aye.
Mayor Hodges.
Aye. That motion passes 5-0. Administration.
7.1, approve resolution number 21-7963, naming the new pavilion at Dean Evans Stadium, the John and Kim Vanier Family Pavilion, in accordance with the philanthropic naming options contained within the City of Salina Municipal Facility Naming Guidelines.
Mr. Hammond.
Hello, Mayor, Commissioners. My name is Jeff Hammond, Deputy Parks and Recreation Director. Here to present to you the resolution for naming of the pavilion at Dean Evans Stadium. As part of the renovation of Dean Evans Stadium, Salina Baseball Enterprises commissioned the construction of a new lower pavilion behind home plate. This open concept pavilion allows spectators to bring in their own seating and have a behind home plate view of the game. As you may recall, all areas of the Berkeley Family Recreational Area were designated as a qualified facility to be named via Resolution 20-7851. Salina Baseball Enterprise Representative Byron Tomlin spoke to the Parks and Rec Advisory Board on April 21st, and they recommended approval of the naming initiative and voted to advance it to the City Commission. The proposed name of the pavilion at Dean Evans Stadium is the John and Kim Vanier Family Pavilion. The John and Kim Vanier Family Pavilion naming request falls under the philanthropic category of the City of Salina Municipal Facility Naming Guidelines. To review the steps of the naming guidelines leading up to this proposed resolution, the City Clerk verified compliance of the naming initiative on April 22nd. The petition was not needed for this naming initiative as it meets the guideline for the philanthropic naming. On May 19th, at the regularly scheduled Parks and Rec Advisory Board meeting, opportunity was provided for public comment as required by Step 3 of the Municipal Facility Naming Guideline. Public notice of that meeting was on May 7th. We arrived today at the last steps for the Municipal Family Facility Initiative, hold a public hearing review the signage, and action by the city commission. Public notice for this meeting, for this public hearing, was provided on May 24th. The proposed resolution and signage is in your packet. As a final point, this naming initiative is fully funded by Salina Baseball Enterprises. Byron Tomlins with Salina Baseball Enterprises is available, and if you have questions, we can also answer those at the time. But I think Byron would like to give a few words as well.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Hammond. And if Dr. Tomlins would like to come up?
Byron Tomlins, board member, Salina Baseball Enterprises. Thank you, commissioners, for allowing us to say a few words about this. I just kind of wanted to let you know and assure you the procedure that we followed and tried to respect in this naming request. As the board member and a co-director along with Kenny Hancock, we first asked our board to approve of this request that we would like to name this pavilion after John and Kim Veneer family. My first phone call was to the Evans family and wanted their blessing, have the three children's approval of the Evans family. So then Salina Baseball had to approach John and Kim, and because it's our idea. And after a few arm twisting, we got them to agree with that. Their generosity to this project is significant, and without their support, along with the Berkeley family and other donors, this project couldn't have been done. And we come to you to recognize not only their involvement in this project, but to recognize their philanthropy across the state as well as this community. So it's our intention to name this pavilion the John and Kim Veneer Family Pavilion, and that's why we're here. So I appreciate your time. I just wanted to assure you that we've respected all the necessary steps that we feel to do this with everyone's involved permission before we brought this request. And I'd be happy to answer any questions that I haven't answered.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Dr. Tomlins? Thank you very much. The Veneer family name obviously has been associated with so many philanthropic projects around the community, and this latest, act of generosity by John and Kim is very much appreciated, and I'm glad and very grateful that they've made this commitment to the project. So thank you very much for securing that donation, and thanks to them for their generosity.
One quick side note, if I may. As you know, we are dedicating the stadium this Saturday, and it's from 5 to 8 with baseball and a ceremony. And we certainly would we've invited the whole public, and in our previous letter to you, we certainly hope that you might find the time to attend. The ceremony itself is from 7 to 8, and all three Evans family children, Dean and Grace's children, will be in attendance, we're happy to say. And so we look forward to honoring them and their hometown with the dedication of Dean Evans on Saturday. So we certainly would welcome everyone's attendance at that. Yes.
The game is first and then the ceremony?
I'm sorry?
Is the game, you said the ceremony is from 7 to 8?
There will be baseball exhibitions games from 5 to 7.
7, okay.
The ceremony from 7 to 8, and then exhibition baseball from 8 to 9:30 after the ceremony.
Okay.
All of the Legion teams the local Legion teams will be participating in those exhibition games, with the final game being the Falcons, our senior team, against the alumni. And no, I'm not going to.
I was going to ask.
You know I wouldn't make it even to first base without pulling the
See,
muscle.
I was just going to kind of look at the fellow members of the governing body and ask why we weren't asked to field a team. I mean, I see a lot of potential right here.
90 feet never looks so long as when you're standing at home plate.
Correct, absolutely. And I wouldn't hit it to begin to.
Right.
So,
Thank you
for
very
your
much. I
time.
appreciate it.
Hopefully, we'll have some EMTs on staff.
Are there any questions or comments from the public? And if not, I would bring it back to the commission for action.
Mayor Hodges, I move we approve resolution number 21-7963, naming the new lower pavilion at Dean Evans Stadium the John and Kim Veneer Family Pavilion.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve resolution number 21-7963, naming the new pavilion at Dean Evans Stadium, the John and Kim Veneer Family Pavilion. Could we have a roll call, please?
Commissioner Davis,
Aye.
Commissioner Hoppick,
Aye.
Commissioner Peck,
Aye.
Commissioner Ryan,
Aye.
Mayor Hodges.
Aye. That motion passes gratefully 5-0. Thank you very much, gentlemen, and thanks again to the Veneer family. All right. That takes us to item 7.2.
7.2, SFC Global Supply Chain Economic Development Incentive Amendment.
Mr. Scragg.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. As you well know, responding to economic development prospects is not an exact science by any means. We've had some recent success with what's called Salina SFC, Global Supply Chain, which we know as Schwann's, as well as Great Plains. And some of the history leading up to that, we received a request and we responded, and you as the governing body agreed to pledge matching funds to two different grant applications. One was with the Economic Development Administration, a federal grant that we recently were able to announce with the assistance of Senator Moran, the other being a Kansas Department of Transportation grant. So we had committed local funds as matching funds for those two grant applications, and we also considered an industrial revenue bond request from Schwann's as well. And so going into that EDA grant application, we were responding to Schwann's request and their assistance from Burns and McDonnell. And so the initial application was for $9.9 million of EDA funding. It was targeted at site improvements that Schwann's needed to make what is now their site developable by rerouting water and sewer and above-ground stormwater runoff from that site so that they could free it up to develop as their current campus. And so we went into that process hopeful that, or Schwann's went into that process more so than us, I guess, hopeful that EDA would fund that amount as well as those particular improvements. And so the feedback we got from EDA was that the nature of the proposed improvements were private in terms of addressing the site improvements, rerouting the water and sewer service lines, and those were not eligible expenses for EDA funding, and those were expenses that essentially Schwann's would have to cover, the grant couldn't cover. We were able to have an ongoing dialogue with EDA staff about can we transition that application to eligible expenses and secure some of the funding. And I would say that, $4 million was kind of the top end that EDA indicated when they responded back to us at the outset. So over a number of months, we were able to modify our application. Well, I'm sorry, I should back up. As part of our commitment, we also said that we would address improvements to the Centennial Ditch drainage in that area. Centennial Ditch currently exists, but it backs up and it floods Centennial Drive and it impacts Schwann's transportation and their ability to access their site in a flood condition. So our commitment was the RAB financing, the local match for the two grants, and improving the Centennial Ditch at city expense. And so our intention was to fund that out of our annual operating expenditures. So when the EDA responded that the proposed uses weren't eligible and they needed to be public improvements, we revisited the needed improvements for the project. We had KDOT funding, we had funding for Centennial Road improvements, and then we had the Centennial Ditch project. So we were able to resubmit and modify our application and secure funding for the Centennial Ditch by way of grant funds rather than having to fund that out of city annual operating budget. So that all kind of was solidified here in the last 30 days or so with in the announcement of the EDA grant. Schwann's has then said, well, that grant funding fell way short of what we thought our bottom line benefit was going to be by way of an EDA grant. So their request was, of the $650,000 of economic development funds that you had committed to the project, would you be willing to direct that as a cash grant to Schwann's to help offset the expenses that we're now incurring for water and sewer relocation and storm sewer improvements? in recognition that you've got essentially about $3.1 million worth of grant funding that's available for the Centennial Ditch project that would have been your expense previously. And I think I did use the term windfall in the blue sheet, and that may have been an overstatement. It's not a windfall to the extent that that's funding that's available free and clear for us to use, but it is grant funding that is applicable to an expense that we'd previously committed to in terms of the Centennial Ditch improvement. So, as everything shook out, Schwann's, their bottom line did not play out as well as they might have expected by way of the EDA grant, since everything that they hoped to fund was deemed private improvements. Our bottom line was favorably impacted by the EDA grant in terms of being eligible for the Centennial Ditch work, being grant funded rather than funded at our annual expense. And so it did seem like a valid request to bring to you. At the end of the day, we are netting financially better by about $3 million because of the EDA grant redirection. As we've discussed previously as part of strategic planning in today's budget study session, I'm sure you recall, we have a sales tax economic development fund that has annual expenditures and then has a fund balance. So that $650,000 allocation was out of that fund balance. It's been held back. It's still available. And going forward, we do replenish that fund with an allocation to sales tax revenue, but it is pretty much break even given our commitments to the EDO and SDI and another ongoing economic development incentive that has a little bit more time to run out. So having said all that, I'm kind of recapping, but the redirection of the EDA funds was a financial benefit to us and our bottom line, and the request of redirecting the economic development incentive funds didn't seem unreasonable, and I committed that I'd bring it forward to you for your consideration. So it's staff's recommendation that we go ahead and honor that request, recognizing the investment that Schwann's made and recognizing the grant shortfall that kind of played itself out. But with that, your options are you could vote to authorize that reallocation of funds. You could postpone consideration if there's additional information that you'd like, or you could vote to deny it, and that would essentially result in denying Schwann's request. So with that, I'd be happy to try to answer any questions you might have.
I've got a quick question, Mike. After talking to you today about the windfall, I go, really? We got a windfall? Well, not quite. The 3.1, was that going to be debt serviced?
Yeah, most likely that would have had to been a capital improvement project.
Did
we would have.
Did we show that on a budget? I mean, was that budgeted prior that'll go away, or is that something we had not dealt with yet?
Yeah, we hadn't, other
Okay.
than making the commitment to it, we had not dealt
Okay.
with it because we hadn't designed the improvement or
Okay.
prepared.
Because I couldn't remember because we didn't go through all, our budgeting today, but I just wondered if we had set aside X number of dollars to service that in the future. So I guess that
Other
was.
than staff knowing that
Okay.
was an expense that we'd have to factor in, but then as the grant played itself out relative to the budget, we could see that
See, I was hoping for a windfall that we had already budgeted
No.
for some debt servicing that
No,
we
I'm
didn't.
sorry.
So
Look
I
at
was
you
looking
just
for a
spending it
windfall.
before it hits our bank.
Dang,
Yeah.
okay.
it was a known expense that
Okay.
we were able to avoid.
Okay, good. Okay. Thank you for the answer.
And I had a question with all of the numbers going back and forth. Our initial commitment to the project was the $650,000 incentive plus the road improvements that we had estimated at 3.1?
Correct, and that was a $900,000 match to KDOT
okay.
funds that would total approximately $3 million.
Okay. So, our original commitment was going to be all in. What was our original total package that we were going to be responsible for?
Basically, that 900 plus the 650, so 1.55.
Okay.
And that was the matching component. Then we had the unquantified Centennial Ditch project.
And that would have been an additional however many millions to get that
Correct.
taken care of. I think maybe $3 million was used as a placeholder. Okay. So basically, we're looking at a $1.5 million savings by going with this route.
Yes, you could account for it in a number of different ways, but we would have, at this point, we'd have the 900,000 plus the the 650 match plus 650 to Schwann, so you're at about 2.1, when previously we would have been at 1.5 plus 2 million plus for the Centennial Ditch project. So we're definitely coming out ahead. The unknown is what our cost would have been for Centennial Ditch if we were fully funding it and trying to, manage that project scope to our budget.
Okay, thank you. And we do have two actions that we take on this, correct? We have the reallocation, and then we have the second resolution, or are they both covered? Just want to make sure.
Yeah, the resolution that's in there was one that you previously acted on.
Oh,
That
okay,
one,
okay,
2020.
okay, all right. That's all I have. Any other questions? Any questions or comments from the public? If not, I will bring it back to the commission for further discussion or action.
Mayor,
Hodges,
go ahead.
I move to authorize the reallocation of $650,000 of Salina Economic Development Incentive Program funds from EDA grant local match funds to an Economic Development Incentive Grant to SFC Global.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to reallocate $650,000 from the Salina Economic Development Incentive Program funds from the EDA grant local match funds to an Economic Development Incentive Grant to SFC Global. Could we have a roll call, please?
Commissioner Davis,
Aye.
Commissioner Hoppick,
Aye.
Commissioner Peck,
Aye.
Commissioner Ryan,
Aye.
Mayor Hodges.
Aye. That motion passes 5-0. We don't have any development business today. Under other business, and I should have looked at Giovanna before the meeting started, but 9.1 is the board appointment reassignment, and thank you for making notes for me. But as a lot of you may not be aware that even while we're serving on the city commission, we have additional committee and board responsibilities outside the commission. And our new commissioner, Commissioner Peck, has been gracious enough to pick up the following responsibilities due to the vacancies left by Commissioner France. So Commissioner Peck will be on the Salina Arts and Humanities Commission, the North Central Regional Planning Commission, and the Saline County Building Authority. So I would like to thank Commissioner Peck again for rearranging his schedule and for fulfilling these commitments. And do we need to take any action on this?
Yeah, I think previously you just announced, you kind of
We
coordinated.
just announced it?
and announced
Okay,
to the mayor,
okay.
So I think
Just,
you're good.
all right, just wanted to make sure. Thank you. And with that, we are at 9.2, a request for executive session on economic development.
Carl?
And how
That come
long?
to me? You can do
I don't know.
Is this written as you'd like it presented? In 30 minutes, okay. All righty, I move that the city commission recess into executive session for 30 minutes to discuss the subject of financial affairs and trade secrets of a corporation based upon the need to discuss data relating to the financial affairs or trade secrets of partnerships, trusts, and individual proprietorships pursuant to KSA 75-4319B4. The opening meeting will resume in this room at 4:55.
Is there a second?
Second, sorry.
Right, we have a motion and a second to recess into executive session. The open meeting will resume at 4:55 PM. Could we have, and I would like to note, it looks like that there could be possible action to follow for those who are interested.
Yes, we'll see how the conversation goes. Most likely, it'll be an action item that'll have to be prepared for a future.
For a future agenda? Okay, great. Could we have a roll call, please?
Commissioner Davis,
Aye.
Commissioner Hoppick,
Aye.
Commissioner Peck,
Aye.
Commissioner Ryan,
Aye.
Mayor Hodges.
Aye, that motion passes 5-0, and we'll be back at 4:55. All right, we're back in session, and it looks like we're going to need another 30 minutes to continue this executive session.
Mayor, I move the city commission recess into executive session for 30 minutes to discuss the subject of financial affairs and trade secrets of a corporation based upon the need to discuss data relating to the financial affairs or trade secrets of partnerships, trusts, and individual proprietorships pursuant to KSA 754319B4. The open meeting will resume in this room at 5:30.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to recess back into executive session for another 30 minutes. Could we have a roll call, please?
Commissioner Davis.
Aye.
Commissioner Hoppick.
Aye.
Commissioner Peck.
Aye.
Commissioner Ryan.
Aye.
Mayor Hodges.
Aye, that motion passes 5-0, and we will resume the open session at 5:30. session, and we're going to need to recess back into executive session for an
Are you ready
undetermined.
for a motion, Mayor?
Yes.
I move the city commission recess into executive session for 20 minutes, to discuss the subject of financial affairs and trade secrets of a corporation based upon the need to discuss data relating to financial affairs or trade secrets of partnerships, trusts, and individual proprietorships pursuant to KSAA 754319B4. The open meeting will resume in this room at 5:46 p.m. Thank you.
Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second to recess back into executive session for 20 minutes. The open meeting will resume in this room at, did you say
It'd be
5:46?
5:51.
Well, I'm sorry, that wouldn't be right either.
5:51.
Oh, thank you. Yes, that said 20, didn't
I
it?
was sitting here doing my
Mike's the
math and
time
said, wait
guy
a
here.
minute.
5:51.
thinking-
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right.
Ooh, it's chilly out here.
Pencil. We're back in open session to have some further discussion regarding the request for some economic development incentives on behalf of Superior. And I don't know where we want to go ahead, and we'll begin that with Mr. Scragg.
Yeah, I'll volunteer to provide a background update. And I'd like to start by saying that on my phone, on speakerphone, is Sarah Steele with Gilmore and Bell, who is our bond counsel and provides us legal assistance as it relates to topics like this, industrial revenue bonds in particular. And so the matter before you, City Commissioners, is a request for economic development funding for a project, as you mentioned, for, and I want to make sure I get the name right, Superior Contracting and Manufacturing Services Company, that is currently probably most commonly known as Superior Plumbing, but they have multiple divisions of their corporation. And so you've heard from them, and you've heard a recommendation from the Salina Economic Development Organization with respect to financing of their request. The thing that I think bears pointing out is by a resolution adopted in 1991, we have a policy in place as it relates to constitutional tax abatements. And so that's something that we've done much more regularly, much more almost as an entitlement. If they meet the criteria spelled out in that resolution, the math is there to calculate an abatement amount. However, constitutional tax abatements are limited to manufacturing articles of commerce and warehousing and interstate commerce, and so that's a pretty limited scope. As an alternative, you also have the authority to consider industrial revenue bond financing, and that is broader in terms of what is an eligible use of those funds. It has the net effect of a property tax abatement, and that's a negotiable amount. It could be a full property tax abatement or any other amount that you as a governing body determine. And then it also can include sales tax abatement or a sales tax exemption for materials and equipment for establishing a new business associated with the industrial revenue bond financing. So in light of this particular project, constitutional tax abatements are not available. The eligibility requirements are not met. So the item that's before you is consideration of industrial revenue bond financing. So that then leaves to you, in light of what you've heard in the executive session, the specifics of the project, determining, number one, whether you want to entertain proceeding at all, then secondly, if so, percentage that you would entertain for property tax abatement, whether you would consider sales tax exemption. And there, as you know, from having done this recently, there's a very detailed process to make all this happen. So this evening, what would be helpful is just that initial direction confirming whether you wish to proceed with consideration of industrial revenue bonds. If so, a percentage of abatement of property taxes, whether you wish to consider sales tax exemption, and then one other is by way of an agreement that will have to be entered into at a future date. One other item is whether you wish to have that agreement attach what we commonly refer to as clawbacks, but to make that percentage abatement subject to fulfilling employment level commitments. And that's something that's commonly done between staff and Sarah Steele with Gilmore and Bell. We could factor that in if that's something that you wish to have be part of that agreement. So I hope that's helpful. I'd certainly be happy to answer any questions, and Sarah Steele's on the line. She can answer them in greater detail than I can, and can certainly speak more specifically to the procedural steps of public notice and a public hearing and cost-benefit analysis and some of the things that will have to happen if you instruct us to proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Scragg. And I just want to acknowledge the applicants who are here on behalf of Superior this evening. They've got some exciting growth in the works and are bringing a lot of new jobs here that are well above our current median wage thresholds. So that being said, we need to deliberate amongst ourselves as to where we're going.
I do want to ask one technical question. Do industrial revenue bonds need to be approved before the expenses are incurred?
Sarah, did you hear that question?
And the answer is no.
Thank you.
So she heard the question, and the answer to your question is no.
There are different restrictions if it's tax exempt from federal income taxes. This is not. So there is not a restriction.
Thank you.
And just to refresh everyone, what we have in front of us is a request for a 60% property tax abatement over 10 years, as well as for sales tax exemptions. And
if it's helpful, the EDO deliberated, and they came to you with a recommendation of 20%.
right.
Well, I guess our first decision for consensus is if we want to move forward on this, and I think that we do.
I do.
Look across
Yeah, I
the
would.
panel.
I think we all do.
Yes.
Next question is at what level?
You know, we have kind of charged the EDO with, with kind of being the point person on some of these projects. And so I think at this point I would probably follow their recommendation with their deliberations they've had, which I think they came to us with a 20% tax abatement on property taxes for 10 years, and then 100% sales tax abatement on material costs for 10 years also. I think to be fiscally responsible, we do need to address the clawback portion dealing with job growth, which from hearing the information from Superior Contracting, I do not believe that will be a concern at all, but I do believe to be responsible, we do need to put something in there dealing with that.
Any other questions or comments?
That sums up my feelings and thoughts exactly.
I agree with that point of view as well. What's the EDO for? And they consider actually many more of these than actually come to us. So I'm comfortable with their recommendation.
And I guess I'd ask Sarah what we would ask the staff to come to us with how did you put that in wording? A
Resolution of intent.
resolution of intent. Yeah, that's the words thank you.
Sarah, did you catch that question?
I did not. I heard my name.
The question was, in what form would this need to come back to the city commission so that they can characterize what it is they're asking to be prepared?
The documents will be a cost-benefit analysis and a resolution of intent.
Perfect.
Okay. And I guess the only thing that I would just like to follow up on before we give the applicant or the public time to respond to that is, in the future, and I've made this request so many times, we have to evaluate, with the exception of the constitutional tax abatements that Mr. Scragg referenced, we have to evaluate every single one of these requests from the very start every time. And I just hope that at some point we can at least elucidate what's important to us, what we want to incentivize, and get some sort of metric in place so that we can do this equitably between different projects. Because right now we start afresh every time, and there's just no guarantee. I mean, we do the best we can, but there's just no guarantee of consistency between decision to decision or between commissions and commissions, since we do have a turnover every couple of years. So my plea is, can we please, at least when we are receiving an economic development recommendation from the EDO, if we don't have specific criteria that we are going to apply when we make these decisions, that they make some kind of acknowledgement about the rationale in how they reached those numbers. Because to me, receiving a recommendation from the EDO, which I would expect to be able to count on their expertise, that's what they're there for. But in absence of any other information other than this is what we recommend, and not being able to detail how that number came to be, it's completely unhelpful just for me. So that's the only request that I would make specifically to Mr. Robinson and to the EDO board, that we at least have rationales for how we come to decisions on granting economic development incentive requests. I don't think we have any members of the public here, but the applicant is here, and if there's anything further that you would like to say before we take action.
Thank you, Commissioners. My name is Stephanie Carlin on behalf of Superior Contracting and Manufacturing Services. First of all, I would like to thank the EDO, the City Commissioners, and other community partners for your continued commitment to recruiting and retaining industrial, retail, and other businesses in Saline County, and also encouraging and supporting entrepreneurship and business development in Saline County. As you know, Superior Contracting and Manufacturing Services, formerly known as Superior Plumbing and Heating, has been a locally owned company for over 40 years. In 2015, it became a 100% employee-owned company. With this expansion project, totaling in excess of $9 million and the creation of over 20 premier jobs in Salina, it is disheartening that the commission is going to make a ruling based upon subpar information provided by the EDO. And Mayor Hodges, I do appreciate you stating that for you to do your job, that more information is required. But from Superior's perspective today, I feel as though that we are being penalized for lack of processes and lack of objective data that is considered by the EDO and passed on for consideration by the commissioners. We have done our best to analyze incentives that have been granted to locally owned companies as well as national and global companies. Earlier this evening, you talked about the significant community investment that you supported for Schwann's, and that is a great addition for our community. But as I mentioned before, that Salina is built on locally owned companies that have put in the hard work over decades to grow and prosper, and Superior fits that qualification. It's great that we can hit a grand slam with projects like the Schwann's Company, or a home run with projects like Great Plains Manufacturing, but it's these smaller companies that provide a majority of the employment opportunities in Saline County, and if we cannot illustrate to the community that we have more support by our local partners to encourage and foster and retain and recruit and develop locally grown companies, I think Salina will continue to not achieve its full capacity in terms of economic development. Just for the public's knowledge, I did want to state that we are looking at adding between 20 and 27 new jobs that are above the Saline County median wage, averaging anywhere between averaging anywhere between $15 to $28 an hour. Again, this is above the median wage, and based upon the audit report that the Economic Development Organization commissioned, this does meet the qualifications for premier jobs. And so, again, I appreciate your commitment to Salina. I appreciate your consideration for us today, but I would ask that you delay your vote on supporting this project until you can receive some clear information to consider to make a knowledgeable and informed decision. Thank you.
Ms. Carlin?
Yes, sir.
Is there specific information that you think we have not heard or need to hear before we deliberate further?
Sure. As I mentioned, I tried to provide the commissioners with adequate information for consideration of this proposal. Quite frankly, the EDO and this is the first time that we've gone through that process, and I don't believe that the EDO had as much comprehensive information as I shared with you today. We've received a lot of feedback from some key community partners since the EDO board meeting, and I tried to illustrate that information in the packet that I supplied to you today. So, referring back to the members' agreement of what the EDO's roles and responsibilities are, part of that is to have metrics in place, but there was no guidance on those metrics. So upon guidance from the EDO specifically in highlighting the job growth and median wage and overall increase in payroll, I was able to supply that information to you. Any other questions?
I'll have one for staff, but not specifically for you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Mark Millard, Chief Financial Officer of Superior Contracting and Manufacturing Services. Again, we were a little disappointed in the EDO Board's recommendation that you all are considering today. I think when we came here today to meet with you all about our job growth, our company growth, we learned a lot from our presentation at the EDO. We thought we did. We were trying to build it up to get a little bit more than what the EDO recommended. We thought it was a worthwhile project. Again, like we talked about, we're a 100% employee-owned company. We're in Salina. Everything that we do gets reinvested into Salina. Of the jobs that we're going to create, the 20 to 27 new jobs, almost 100% of those are going to be manufacturing. We talk, there's like one receiving job, maybe one or two electrician jobs, but the rest of it is all directly related to manufacturing. So we've got our sheet metal group, we've got our new controls and automation group. They're essentially all manufacturing jobs. That's the only thing that we're going to create, essentially, outside of help to get through every day in our normal operations. And I think when we went through the EDO board meeting, like I said, we learned a lot from that. They met for quite an extensive time, just like you did, and we really appreciate your thoughtful consideration with that. When they read us their recommendation at the end, we were obviously disappointed. At that time, they started asking us questions. The EDO board, I feel like they kind of dropped the ball, and maybe Mitch can attest to that, the EDO executive director. But we feel like they kind of dropped the ball, that they didn't ask us a lot of questions until we were done. They had already made their decision, and then they asked us follow-up questions for how they made their decision. So it was pretty disappointing. I know, Mayor Hodges, you made the point that when you go to an executive session that you try and evaluate each one of these circumstances yourselves. And based on the questions that we had, I know you did. And I asked that you would do that and not kind of lean back on the EDO board's recommendation. If you'd lean on it and look at it yourselves. But we do appreciate your time today.
What information do you think, had you given to the board before they deliberated, would have changed their final suggestion?
Well, I mean, one of the things that I just mentioned now was that essentially all of the jobs that we're creating are manufacturing jobs. I don't think they quite entirely understood that. And maybe you all didn't understand that when we met with you before, which, again, this is a whole new process, right? It's not every day that you're going to come and ask for this kind of thing. It's not every day you get the opportunity to buy a significant new facility to grow into. But I think that was one of the things that they didn't understand, is that the new jobs that we're creating are directly related to manufacturing, which we're really excited about to do. We're really excited to.
Could you explain what a PLC, what that person does?
Sure. So
Could you repeat the question?
Yeah, Mitch Robinson, Executive Director, asked me to expand on what a PLC individual would do. So PLC, Programmable Logistic Controls, forgive me if I butchered that, controls and automation, essentially. What this individual does is they'll create the controls of industrial equipment, of manufacturing equipment. They will create the controls and program them all together. So it's an integrated production part of manufacturing. So that's what they do. And so we have an opportunity to create that division. And so we have an opportunity to create and install programming and manufacturing equipment, that is the programming of that. And I don't think the EDO board entirely understood that. And again, that was our fault, that we didn't focus on that, because we didn't know what to focus on, what to talk about. But, all of the jobs that we're working on doing is essentially in manufacturing. So I know that's a big part of where we want to go with these bonds, with this property tax abatement. But that's essentially what we're trying to do with our company. That's why we changed the name Superior Contracting and Manufacturing Services, because that's more indicative of what we do now and will continue to grow into the future.
I do have a question. Are you finished? I don't mean to interrupt. What we hear a lot from potential developers is the but-for clause. If you were to receive funding or the property tax abatement at a 20% level as recommended by the EDO, what does that do to your expansion plans that you presented to us this evening?
See, that happens.
Mayor, may I ask a question that relates both to your question and Commissioner Davis's earlier? Am I correct that as you ask those questions, you're not asking them to disclose any of the confidential financial information that was the basis for the executive session, but instead?
Correct.
A more
Generally.
a more general impact. I'm not asking you to cite,
I just want to make sure.
exact figures, and I don't mean
Right.
to.
When I don't know that.
I don't want them to feel any pressure to disclose them.
Right, and that's the only reason I asked the question, because I wanted to make sure that they, in their desire to provide you with, or present their case, that they didn't feel like they needed to disclose any confidential information, but that.
Thank you. We appreciate that.
Yeah. So at any rate, like I said, the but-for question.
Sure.
So
Sure.
what kind of an impact in general would a 20% property tax abatement have on your future plans?
So any help that we can get, what we're going to do is create that new controls and automation, that PLC division, right? And so when we talk about creating a new company from scratch, I know a lot of our commissioners are business owners themselves, and creating a company from scratch takes a lot of capital, right? And so it's got to come from somewhere. The property tax abatement obviously helps. When we did go to the EDO board to begin with, we asked for a cash grant to help fund this new division that we're going to create. Apparently that didn't gain a lot of traction. But the property tax abatement, it'll help us to create that new division. You can get an idea of what that is based on what the property tax is and what kind of percent we're talking about and how that compares to the annual salary of the jobs that we're looking at. And in 1 year, you can see what that does for the salaries of the jobs that we're talking about. Any more than that allows us to better fund that equipment, better fund those jobs, better fund development of a new division that is, frankly, is needed in the city of Salina. There's a lot of manufacturers here that could significantly use that service that don't have it. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, I think so. So
There's, I guess,
the project can proceed regardless. It's just a matter of the time it takes to implement the full scale that what you want to get to?
I guess our job creation will be limited or helped depending on what kind of assistance that we can get from the city.
Thank you.
And maybe not in the, like, obviously the more help that we can get, the faster and the longer term growth that we can view. whereas the less help we get, the less job creation there is that's available.
Thank you. And yeah, if you just had something quick to add, Ms. Carlin?
Yes, I'd like to address Commissioner Davis's question with regard to information that the EDO did not have when they considered their recommendation, specifically with regard to some of the confidential financial information that I shared with you during the executive session, but would like to reiterate that during the EDO session, one of their members referenced Superior Plumbing as a little plumbing company in Salina, and it was really evident that they did not have a full understanding of the scope of services. I believe you received a copy of the community partnership package that we prepared in preparation for the EDO meeting, and it was, again, frustrating and disheartening that the full breadth of families of companies that Superior has, as you can see, is far more than just a small little plumbing company. Regardless, we took that as feedback, and as we recently said, we changed the name of Superior to reflect the level of service and the types of services that we provide, which is the contracting and manufacturing services. And so, again, I believe that their recommendation was not only made based upon maybe a misconception of what Superior was, but also as it relates to the full growth that we are proposing as a result of having increased capacity at the new building. I will share with you that we are anticipating 40% growth attributed to, we're expecting 40% of our revenue growth in 2022 to be specific to manufacturing. In addition, the construction contracting divisions represents 58% of total revenue. And so I'm not sure how the EDO came up with their 20%. As we discussed in the executive session, the core building that our operations will be in actually represents 65% of the total square footage of both buildings on the property located at 1655 Wall Street. So not only are we occupying 65% of the total square footage, 40% is coming directly from manufacturing, and 58% is coming from those contracting divisions, which again have been identified as growth areas for our community. I wish I knew how the 20% was developed, but I think that is another reason why the commissioners should think and take the new information that they received today to make their own decision. Thank you.
Thank you. I will look to the other commissioners. Do you feel like you have the information that you need at this point to make a decision? And do we want to proceed, or is this something that we want to defer?
To what extent can we proceed if the percentage is not finalized today?
In the end, that'll be finalized as part of the future action that you have to take. I think it would be helpful for us and the applicant to have a sense of where you might be headed, but that doesn't mean that you couldn't end up at a different percentage before you take final action.
And I guess I would add that we didn't blindly just take the EDOs. We did discuss the numbers. We discussed, multiple things. This was not just blindly saying, we're going to follow the EDO. We did have numerous discussions. We came in and out of executive session several times. So I'll be interested to see how the cost-benefit analysis and that comes out. That'll maybe give us a little more insight, too.
So I have a question, Mr. Scraggs, and perhaps for council. So the cost-benefit analysis that's going to be prepared, obviously, is going to be based on the number that we either arrive on tonight or at a future date, correct?
Sir, I don't know if you heard the question, but it was that how the cost-benefit analysis is prepared in light of tonight's number and a future number, but that is a kind of a calculation that calculates the benefit and that will be static, I would think. It's the cost side that would change. So as you
Okay. Oh,
would
right.
change if you change the percentage, I think that's pretty easy for us to adjust and tell you what the altered cost benefit might be. But Sarah?
Right, and it's my understanding that Mitch Robinson works with the company to get that run by the Department of Commerce. So I think you could request running them at different levels of abatement. I've seen that in the past on projects. So you could, frequently people will have them run at 100% exemption, so they know worst case scenario. In this case, perhaps you could run one at 20% and 60%.
And I would tell the commission, part of my understanding and part of the rationale for the cost and benefit is to confirm that you're not bestowing benefits in excess of, or abatements in excess of the benefit. But, so I have every reason to expect it'll come back positive in terms of cost benefit. That doesn't necessarily mean that you're obligated to take it to a one-for-one pass-through.
I do have one other question. I'm blocking her last name right now, and I apologize.
Steele.
Steele, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, are we limited in what we can offer in terms of any of these abatements by the percentage of their jobs that are direct manufacturing?
So, Ms. Steele, the question was whether the governing body is limited in the percentage abatement that can be offered as a function of the jobs created being manufacturing jobs.
There is no provision in the statutes that pertains to what types of jobs are generated, nor the amount, nor the wages. That is something that each city needs to look at individually, and that's where your 91 resolution expressing your policy on the abatements under the economic development exemption maybe helps shed some light on things.
And I think that's what was prompting my question. That resolution specified 3 specific types of
Correct. It's
jobs.
manufacturing, articles of commerce, warehousing, and research and development. Yes.
Right,
So,
and there's 2 methods to granting a property tax exemption. That is a separate process from what we're discussing today, which involves industrial revenue bonds. The net result is the same. You can grant a property tax exemption for up to 10 years, up to 100%, excluding certain things like capital outlay levies, special assessments. So it's, you get to the same result either method of exemption. It's just that the IRB also has a sales tax exemption, and it's a lot more expansive on the types of facilities that can be exempted through the IRB process.
Okay, thank you.
All right, having heard the information from Ms. Steele in terms of the cost-benefit analysis, I mean, is that something that's worth our consideration of, I'm looking at the rest of y'all to see where you'd like to go with this.
I would like to see it. The 2 ways we've mentioned all along of expanding our business footprint is attracting new business and keeping and growing our existing business. And I think your statement about the metrics hit the nail on the head. I like things that you can plug numbers in and turn you back, and you get a little card that comes out 5 seconds later, and it tells you how much you get. And I realize this isn't always that clean, but it just like for our special assessments, would really like to have a formula.
Right.
because it is hard to compare the value to a city of a $1 billion project with a $10 million project. And there are a lot of factors. But I think the cost-benefit analysis is probably something that we should do whenever we have these to consider, or perhaps even the EDO have before it makes its decision. If that's, I think the earlier in the process that information is known and shared, the easier it is to make a decision. So I'd like staff to get started to consider the options, but I'm not as sold on limiting you to just the 20% option.
I think that's kind of where I'm at too. I mean, if it's not unreasonable to do, obviously the EDO recommendation is 20%. The business owner is requesting 60. I mean, if we could have a cost-benefit analysis prepared with 20, 40, 60, and then at least we'll be understanding what we're gaining and what we're giving up, and what exactly our individual preferences in terms of that. I don't know if you'd be willing to, when we make the motion, that the cost-benefit analysis include those additional figures or not.
And I'm not sure we really are making a motion. We're just giving you direction, aren't we?
Well, in light of all the conversation, a motion on the record would be
In the form of a motion, yeah.
You were writing all of this down, Commissioner Hoppick.
So just to be clear on the process, I suppose, so what we're looking at potentially doing is agreeing that we are going to provide some form of abatement here, but with this motion, we would basically be directing staff to provide benefit analysis for us to review and come back with that exact percentage at a later date then?
If I can clarify, just all you're really doing this evening is instructing staff, or do you want us to get started on that process? It does not bind you to any abatement at all. You still retain full discretion further out in the process to the breadth of that, whether it's 0 to 100%. But having said that, it's helpful for staff in terms of the preparation. It's helpful for the applicant if you are able to give guidance, and we can negotiate the agreement provisions accordingly. And that, we certainly could prepare multiple cost-benefit analysis as you see fit as a governing body.
I don't know what kind of time commitment that ties up for you guys, but I agree with the mayor that, 20, 40, 60 is kind of the numbers I had in my head. I will say that I probably was leaning towards one of those percentages coming in here, but, just talking a little bit more about this out in the open, I feel like the process has been maybe felt clumsy to the applicant, certainly, and would reiterate that going forward, some sort of metric would be terrific. And I tend to agree that maybe there is a feeling of being penalized because of a lack of formal process. At the same time, I, trust the people we have and would like to be able to examine that reasoning a little bit more as well. But having that analysis and being able to revisit that percentage probably would be behoove all of us, I would say.
If that was a motion, I'll second it.
I'm not going to repeat that thing.
If you want me to recap, I'd be happy to try to do that for you in terms of what would be helpful for staff. What I think I'm hearing is that you want to instruct staff to initiate the industrial revenue bond process, which would amount to the necessary publications and preparation of public hearings. You'd like us to conduct a cost-benefit analysis under multiple percentage scenarios, 20, 40, 60%. As somewhat of a sidelight, I think, with that information, it wouldn't be that hard to dial into 35% or 37 or, some alternate percentage if the conversation goes there. I think what I heard you say is that that would also include sales tax exemption for equipment and materials. And then as we prepare the development agreement, if you would like us to, we can attach employment, agreed upon employment levels to the agreed upon percentage of abatement.
Yes.
Second.
We have a motion and a second as specified by Mr. Scragg's motion, and I don't think that we have anyone on Zoom anymore, and do we have anyone by the phone? Okay, so all right. All those in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Any other new business to bring before the commission? And if not, I'd accept a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Motion and a second to adjourn. All those in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed?
Forgot.